See if this works. Hi guys. Okay, so um, let me listen in on my cell phone real quick and make sure that y'all are hearing noise here. I did manage to get my headset working again last night, I think. So I'm gonna check my. Going to check my chat room and see if my sound is working. Check my. Okay. Going to check my chat room and see if my sound is working. Okay, so apparently it's working, which is great. Um, I am happy for that. Um, yeah, enjoy the chat room. I have to do some errands today, but I wanted to leave this up so that you guys can watch the earthquakes as they come in. Uh, I'm going to do something else here real quick. This might help a little bit with y'all knowing the ones that are coming in for EMSC. Uh, they are on the list with this site. However, they may not be posting an order. So doing it this way so that you can view it. As you can see, the last one that came in was a 3.7 south of Java, Indonesia. I'm going to put it down here. And you can see the ones that come here. You also have, these ones would be USGS, and the ones that are the 3.7 is for Java, Indonesia. So they're going to come up as different colored flags. So I'm not sure that the 3.7 has hit onto here yet. I can also see that there was a 6.2 overnight. So let's see where that was. I have just noticed that on here. So the 6.2 was Saipan region, North Mariana Islands. That was 4 hours and 59 minutes ago. So there you go. I'm going to put this down a little bit lower so we're not taking up the entire counter here. So in the corner you can see You can see EMSC there in the corner down low. So not all the time are you going to see all of the earthquakes. They should come in order. However, the smaller ones are going to come in between the bigger ones that are listed. So you can see the next one showing it was a 3.0 Costa Rica, and then it'll be the 3.7 Java, Indonesia. But they're just showing the ones that USGS is posting right now, which is a 1.4 in California. Okay, you guys, I will be back in a little bit. Just to let y'all know, I did get my headset working. I am going to be charging it, and I have to go run an errand, and then I will be back. Please enjoy the chat room. Be polite. Be courteous to others. Um, I do have moderators and admins. They will be in and out. Treat my chat room as you would treat your own home.
Good morning. I'm back. Morning, George. I see you in the chat room. Morning, everybody who has been in and out. I appreciate you having been here. It is hot outside. It is 80 degrees and it feels like 90. Yep, it feels like 90 degrees outside. It is hot, 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 and humid. So I have made a decision sometime, sometime this year, I am going to Florida. I am going to go visit some family and friends, but I have made this decision. I'm homesick. So it'll be between June and December. Depends on when I decide to go and if I can, because got to figure out driving down there. I am thinking about renting a car because I think that'd be better than driving my car. I don't want to put any extra miles on mine. So, yep, that's what my intentions for this year are, is to get out of this state and go visit people. Wow, New Zealand had a 4.3, huh? Wonder if it was bigger than that. I'll have to look at GeoNet when it comes back around and see. 2.4 in Hawaii. So let's see what it says on the GeoNet site. Because I'm seeing 4.9 here. So let's look. I'm going to look on GeoNet and see what GeoNet says. GeoNet saying 4.5, 5 kilometers deep, 55 kilometers south of Hokitika. That was 12 minutes ago. You can see it there. I tend to look at their site. Let's see all. So that one was 4.55 kilometers deep. So we can see where it's at. So it was here. That's the North Island, I believe. Busy morning. So I just got back, went to the post office, had to stop and grab something from the store, and I'm home now. I did finally finish those lighthouses yesterday. I need to box those up and give those to my daughter for her yard. I'm being a bit lazy. But then again, I don't want to venture out into the sunshine again because it's too hot out there. Let's see here, I'll show you. It says 80 degrees at the bottom of the screen. Well, you can pull it up this way. It says 80 degrees, Fayetteville, 2-day cooling trend. What's a 2-day cooling trend? Oh, it just means tomorrow's going to be 74 degrees and Thursday's going to be 59. Friday's going to be 61. Saturday's going to be 61. Sunday's going to be 64. Monday's going to be 69. Hey, I'm liking the idea Thursday's going to be 59 degrees. And then it's going to get down to 48 degrees. Tonight's only going to be 69 degrees. But tomorrow night it'll be 48. Thursday it'll be 43. The 8th, which everybody knows is Eclipse Day, it's going to be 69 degrees and it'll be 53 degrees at night. Well, that reminds me, I've got to go get my eclipsey glasses from the office so that we can watch it because we will be seeing about 85% of the eclipse here in North Carolina, depending on where you are at. And I intend to watch it because I hear that it's going to be very interesting, especially with the comet supposed to make a entry during the eclipse. I think this is going to be really cool. With your glasses, you should be able to see sun halos coming off of the sun. So that will be really cool. To whoever is watching, welcome. Welcome to the stream. You may chat, find yourself people to chat with. We have awesome moderators. Only rule that I have in my chat room is that you be polite and cordial to each other. You do not have to stay on a certain topic. All topics are welcome unless they are topics that are banned. And you should know what topics I am talking about. Yeah, the last earthquake is saying 4.9. So let's look. I'm looking at EMSC, and EMSC says the last one's a 2.1, 4.3 South Island of New Zealand, 4.9 Sulawesi, Indonesia. So the 4.9 is Sulawesi, and that hasn't caught up yet because we also have USGS posting a 0.8 in California. It will catch up. Let me see here. I'm going to refresh and see if that will help. You can see we also have a 3.0 over here. So are my bells working, George? If anybody can hear me, are the bells working? I need to make sure that y'all can hear the bells. There, I put them on. Hopefully that works. They work now. Ha! Okay, so I've set the bells. Okay, you can see the 4.3, 33 kilometers deep for South Island of New Zealand has just posted on Earthquake 3D. If you are looking, and I'm going to show you by the arrows, this orange stem right here is an active volcano. That is Fernanda. The blue one here is an inactive volcano. So the orange are active, the blue are inactive at this time. You can tell we have an active volcano over in Iceland as well. So what is new today? There was interesting stuff last night. It was interesting stuff last night. I actually stayed after Ron's live stream and talked to him about a few news articles, and I'm going to read some of them to you because I found them to be very interesting. I don't know if they're on here. They should be. Not seeing them. Hang on a second. I posted them last night. Okay, so what I wanted to tell y'all is they have opened a means for ships to escape the Baltimore port. And that was as of yesterday. There's a temporary channel on Monday that is freeing some tugs and barges that have been trapped since last week. The Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said Sunday Baltimore would see more federal funding to assist the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse response, but it's too early to say how long recovery and rebuilding efforts will take. The Port of Baltimore, one of the busiest in the U.S., halted vessel traffic indefinitely after a cargo ship struck the bridge and caused its fatal collapse early last Tuesday. Maryland Governor Wes Moore said on the State of the Union Sunday that the matter was not a Baltimore catastrophe, not a Maryland catastrophe, but a national economic catastrophe as well. He added that they needed to make sure they're actually moving quickly to get American economy going again because the Port of Baltimore is instrumental in the larger economic growth. The captain of the port is preparing to establish a temporary alternate channel on the northeast side of the main channel in the vicinity of the bridge for commercially essential vehicles, per a Sunday night statement from the Unified Command, an umbrella group of agencies established in response to the bridge collapse. This action is part of a phased approach to opening the main channel, added the statement, and did not immediately detail what kind of ships would qualify for the route or how. The temporary channel will be marked with government-lighted aids to navigation and will have a controlling depth of 11 feet, a 264-foot horizontal clearance, and a vertical clearance of 96 feet. Now, I was thinking about it, and that's what I was talking with Ron about last night. Most ships have a hull depth of at least 11 feet. So that's one of the things to worry about. They would have to be like barges and stuff that would go through there and not like big ships because I don't think the big ships would be able to go through. Demolition crews began cutting portions of the north side of the collapsed bridge truss on Saturday, the group said in an early online statement. Two crane bridges, a 650-ton crane and a 330-ton crane, were working on the scene over the weekend to help lift and transfer the wreckage. Three dive teams with the Unified Command are surveying sections of the bridge and the MV Dally ship for future removal operations. They're using the authority called emergency relief that is through the Federal Highway Administration. That's where they got the first $60 million, and there will be more, according to Pete Buttigieg. He says, I hope and expect this too will be a bipartisan priority, noting previous funding for a 2007 bridge collapse in Minnesota. Buttigieg says in his message to skeptical lawmakers was the pitch is your district could be next, and also this has historically been bipartisan. Okay, so that was just one article that I found last night. There was another article that I found. Um, Hundreds of people were rescued in California after California's Highway 1 collapsed in a landslide. This occurred yesterday. Hundreds of people were evacuated after a landslide caused portions of California's Highway 1 to collapse. Through parts of the road remain closed Monday. Heavy rain Saturday near Rock Creek Bridge, about 17 miles south of California, caused chunks of the road's asphalt to fall into the ocean beside the two-lane road. I don't like any roads that run next to an ocean. Those make me nervous. An estimated 1,600 people were initially stranded as a result of what officials called a slip out. A spokesperson for California's Transportation Department, known as Caltrans, confirmed. Some motorists were forced to sleep in their vehicles overnight Saturday or go to local hotels open to visitors. And that was reported by the San Francisco Chronicle. Engineers on Sunday determined travel would be possible on the northbound lane, and two convoys took place Sunday to safely evacuate motorists and their vehicles through the slip-out. Caltrans said in a press release starting Monday there will be convoys at 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. local time. Anyone who needed to get in or out was able to cross through the slip-out. Parts of the highway remain closed Monday, according to Caltrans, and the spokesperson said it was too early to determine when repairs will be completed. All Big Sur state parks were also impacted by the collapse, including Point Sur, Pfeiffer Big Sur, Julia Pfeiffer Burns, Andrew, 'n' 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 'n So those are the state parks that are closed. And that has been your news update. Oh, yeah, and there was a person who has been diagnosed with bird flu after being in contact with cows. That's eerie. Person is diagnosed with bird flu after being in contact with cows in Texas. Now what happened is they actually got in contact with the cow, being in contact with the cows. However, it started out with the goats. So just so you know, a person in Texas has been diagnosed with bird flu, an infection tied to a recent discovery in a virus in dairy cows. The patient was being treated with antiviral drug, and their only reported symptom was eye redness. Texas health officials say the person has been in contact with cows presumed to be infected and a risk to the public remains low. Where have we heard that before? Yeah, COVID. It marks the first known instance globally of a person catching this version of bird flu from a mammal. However, there is no evidence of person to person spread or that anyone has become infected from milk or meat from livestock. Genetic tests don't suggest that the virus suddenly is spreading more easily or that it is causing more severe illness, Shaw said, and current antiviral medications seem to work. Last week, dairy cows in Kansas and Texas were reported to be infected with the bird flu. Now, here's the article on this. Dairy cattle in Kansas test positive for bird flu. Milk from dairy cows in Texas and Kansas were tested positive for bird flu. Officials with the Texas Animal Health Commission confirmed the flu virus is a type of H5N1 strain known for decades to cause outbreaks in birds and to occasionally affect people. The virus is affecting older dairy cows in those states and in New Mexico, causing decreased lactation and low appetite. It comes a week after officials in Minnesota announced that goats on a farm where there had been an outbreak of bird flu, also known as highly pathogenic avian influenza or HPAI, was found in U.S. livestock. The commercial milk supply is safe and a risk to people is low, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Now, that leads me back to what I was talking about yesterday. Yesterday, I was discussing the fact that they were talking about putting uh, medication in food. Wonder why? Well, if our animals are becoming infected with bird flu and people are getting infected with bird flu, then maybe there's something to the antibiotics in food. I don't know. I'm not going to eat any food that has any antibiotic in it. Never mind that. Case. So, so how are you all doing today? How is you doing? It looks like Italy has had a 2.1, and I am pretty sure that zero point 0.5 is another one on the West Coast, more than likely. I'm looking to see where it is. Could be Alaska area, but I'm not seeing it. Where? Oh, there it is. No, that's over in New Zealand area, it looks like. It's down here. So that is in the New Zealand area. So that's a zero point 0.5 New Zealand. So that is coming from Jeanette. Looks like New Zealand all the way up through Fiji and Tonga has been really busy. Then you had the 6.2. So everybody knows there was a 3.0 in Hawaii. I mean, not Hawaii, in Ohio. I'm going to show y'all Oregon live earthquake map. We have been having earthquakes here in my state. However, there was a 3.0 earthquake in Maple Ridge, Ohio on March 30th. So we'll look at this real quick. This was on March 30th. And then we've had some earthquakes here in North Carolina. We had a 2.2 and a 1.5. I didn't feel either of those. Those were on the 30th though. But just tells you to keep your eyes open and your head up because there is more than likely going to be more earthquake activity. And I'm thinking probably up around this area in New York. Who may even see more activity over here. This is Canada, but probably see more activity over in this area as well. Oops. .2 Turkey. If y'all hear me clicking away back here, it's because I'm checking Facebook for news and stuff. There are storms across the United States again. You guys, I was supposed to get an MRI today. However, last night I decided to run a fever. So, because I had a low-grade fever, I won't be having my MRI until next week. And then tomorrow, I actually finally got my consult. So I'll be going in for my consult tomorrow for surgery. So I'll be getting my surgery date. Yay, me! Finally get this over with. I'm not going to go into what the surgery is for, other than it's something that I need and I am going to get it done. Don't worry, I don't think I'll die from it. But it's been a planned thing and it's been put off too long. Well, I can tell you a little bit. It has to do with my TMJ. And a wisdom tooth, yeah. TMJ and wisdom tooth. Hello, person who just entered. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you can see this well. I was trying from my phone while I was out, and I realized that one of the things that I don't like by phone is that the numbers don't show up very well, but then again, it could just be the kind of phone that I have. You have to set it to high resolution to be able to see it clearly. So that's one thing that I don't like. I don't know if that's a YouTube issue or a streaming issue. Like I was saying, I don't know if that's a YouTube issue or a streaming issue. However, from cell phone, it's not as clear as it is via computer. So watching this stream, it's actually better to watch it from computer than by cell phone. I'm sorry, but I did look from my phone today because I was watching the chat, and I was wondering if there's a way to make it clearer for a cell phone. Um, I don't know, and I'm hoping I'm not buffering at all. If I am, please put that in the chat room. However, I have this set as high as I can so that you can have 1080 and 1080 p60 HD. Um, I do have that set, so I've got the best settings that I can get for my OBS. And if it is laggy at all, I do need to know. That way I can drop it down just a little bit. That way you still have 1080, but that is not lagging. As far as I can tell from watching from my phone, I'm not seeing any type of buffering. So if it is buffering, I just want to know from other people if they're having an issue or not. Welcome to the chat room. Whoever just entered, you are welcome to chat. Only rules that I have is to just stay polite. And if you go back just a little bit, you'll see where I just read the news updates. I am not recording the news updates as a video on its own. So any updates that I'm doing from the live stream will be saved as a video later as a live stream. And then you can view it from there. I do plan on streaming until at least 3 o'clock. .5. That's southern Greece. And it is right here also for EMSC is also stating that that is a 2.5. So that's in Greece over here. I don't know why. I'm expecting there to be another big earthquake. There was a 6 today. So this seems to be big earthquake week. So we just have to keep our eyes open as to earthquake activity and areas which are quiet. What I'm not seeing is anything down by the South Sandwich Islands, so probably expect some activity there. You can see where our 6 was here. And we've had a 6.1 here as well. So there were 2 6s, which tells me that there will probably be another 6. The 1.6 is a 6.2 Saipan, North Mariana Islands. The other EMSC list is a 5.5 Kuril Islands. And I'm looking over here at EMSC. There was also the 5.9, which is a 6.0. The 5.9 was 21 hours and 49 minutes ago. And I believe that that's this one here. It says 5.9. So I am set for 24 hours worth of earthquakes. So one day. So you can see within
one period, there has been two 6.0 earthquakes. So therefore, I am wondering if there may be another one. I wouldn't think that there wouldn't be because this is spreading out around the Ring of Fire. And there's been a 1.8 just now in California with a depth of 7 kilometers. Caltech is listing that earthquake as a 1.9. USGS is listing it as a 1.8. You can see it here. You can see it there. And that 1.9 is 5 kilometers north-northwest of Coso Junction. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys, my buddies are in chat. Hope you're doing better, Joe. Hope you're in a better mood, too. How's the temperature down there? Is it 100 degrees yet? Still alive. Is it 100 degrees down there? It is 80 degrees here today. I went out from my house and thought I was going to die. Oh my God. There is humidity like crazy today. '79. So you're only a degree less than us. You're doing better in Florida. Yeah, it is 80 degrees here today. Supposed to be cooler tomorrow through next week. I'm sitting here thinking that if it's 80 degrees and summer hasn't started yet, I'm thinking that summer is going to be very hot this year. And I'm wondering about something. Let's check. Keep an eye on the weather to see if there's any possibilities of hurricanes starting earlier this year or not. At least I'm not seeing anything so far. Nope. So nothing so far is showing that there is any reason to be looking out for any hurricanes yet, thank goodness. Cool. I'll have to check his channel and see if he's got anything on there. And the house at 75, haven't been outside. Yeah, nights lately. Well, let's pray that this summer is going to be cool. I am seeing all of these articles and stuff. What is going on with the eclipse? It's like they're like calling out the National Guard. They're like giving out warnings. I mean, this is some crazy stuff that's getting ready to happen. But when you're looking at where the eclipse is at, the center section is Little Egypt. And there's a lot of things about it. You know, in the Bible, it states that the sun, the moon, and the stars are used as signs. I wonder, being Christian minded, I wonder if we're being given warnings. So they always say it is the worst year. Baloney. Yeah, every year is the worst year. Every year. But you know what? I don't remember it getting this warm this early in the year. I wonder, let's see, weather weather on March, no, on April 2nd, 2023. What was the weather? The weather on that day, it was 74 degrees was the average, 48 degrees low, and in May it was 81 degrees. So, um, yeah, April nor'easter to unload a foot of snow. See, that was, I think, a year ago. I'm looking at this from last year, trying to find the weather for last year. But 2024 today, the second, it's 86 degrees high and 68-degree low. Let me see here. For 2023, last year, on April 2nd, I'm trying to get the date here. April 2nd last year. No, that can't be correct. That's this year. Uh, well, let's see. April 1st last year, it was 78 degrees. So it wasn't 86 degrees. The second, last year on the second, it was 70 degrees. You can see it right here. And it was 47 degrees at night. So the fourth was when it was 82, and the fifth was 87, 87, 71, 40, 47. So you can see the difference in last year and this year. It's been warmer earlier this year. April snowstorms are usually tremendous with snow don't last long but really messes things up. I remember you remember a tornado and snowstorm one year in Chicago, late 60s and early 70s. I remember a year that it was in April. I believe we had a snowstorm. We had snow. Um, we haven't had snow here since 2019. Um, well, was it 2019? Let me see. What year did I get Penny? It was the first year that I got Penny, and I've had Penny since she was 4, and she's just about to be 6. So it's 24, 23. Yeah, since about 2021. We haven't had any real snow here. Uh, the year that she came to live with me, we had snow, but other than that, it hasn't snowed any of the last 2 years. Kind of missed the white fluffy stuff. We didn't really like. I'm gonna say we didn't really have enough that you could have done anything. Not you could build a little itty bitty snowman, but other than that, it wasn't really much, and it was gone by afternoon. So we don't really get snow here. One of the things that does come around now through the summer is thunderstorms. We had our first thunderstorm this last week. I woke up to loud booms. We had snow in Clearwater, Florida, and 75 was 1/4, 1/2 inch.
through the town in panic. I believe it because you know what? When I lived in Florida, we didn't have snow down there. Once, like I remember one time vaguely, there was like a snow flurry, and that was it. It lasted all about 5 minutes. But yeah, I can imagine because in Florida, people are not used to driving on ice or snow. Penny hates thunder. You're right, she does. Um, she will go and hide. She doesn't like any loud noises at all. So yeah, she will go into hiding. But yep, it is time for our thunderstorms. I'm watching today because it is like the cloud is a gray blue again. It's not like blue blue, which I guess is normal now. And then we have a little bit of breeze, but nothing major. This is in 2014. I'll show y'all a picture of me. This is 2014 when we had snow. That was me. I built an ice volcano. That was in 2014 at my old house. Trying to figure out the year. I've got a picture of Penny outside in the snow somewhere. I don't know if I can find it. I'm looking for it. It might be in one of my videos. Yeah, I think it's in one of my videos, and I don't have it on my computer. When was the last time I had Earthquake 3D? Was March 1st, 2020. I'll show you a picture. This is what it looked like. That was way back when. Yeah, I don't have the picture. I thought I had a picture of her playing in the snow, but apparently I don't. Okay, so Joe says I have 5 little yappies in the house that try to crawl onto my chest when it booms. Aw. I'm moving into the new house in a week or two. It's pretty well tied down. If we have a tornado, the house may fly away, but the darn frame isn't going anywhere. When we have a quake in Florida, it is usually offshore by Orlando. I think it is the Navy. Navy, I can't see the rest. We have no faults or volcanoes here. Yeah, you're right. I think that the military has something to do with the ones offshore, but there's also gas deposits that are off of Florida coast. Okay, there's been a 3.5 Valparaiso, Chile. It's offshore and it's 58 kilometers deep.
So that is down here in South America. With this eclipse, they're expecting quakes caused of the moon and the planets light up, really affecting the gravity of the Earth, and the planet gravity does affect us. You know what? I was reading that there will be a lineup on the same line going straight towards Israel of those planets, and it's the first time, I believe they said in 2,000 years, that this has happened. The gas is what they think the Bermuda Triangle is from. Interesting. So I'm trying to figure out right now what I want to eat for lunch because I haven't eaten yet. It is 1:31 p.m. I'm thinking fishy. Fish. All right, you guys, y'all enjoyed chatting for a few minutes, and I am going to go get myself some food. I will be right back. Okay, I threw it in the air fryer for 15 minutes. I don't know if George is still in chat, Joe. Anyone at home? I don't know. George might be in chat. So let's see what else interesting has happened news wise. Arby's is giving away free sandwiches all month long. Cool. There's been a cookie recall in 9 states that has sparked a dire warning. The Food and Drug Administration is warning of potentially life-threatening allergic reactions after a cookie recall was issued in 9 states and the District of Columbia. The FDA on Monday shared a recall announcement for macaroons sold by the German discount grocery chain Lidl at its more than 170 U.S. locations. The voluntary recall was originally issued on Friday and pertains to deluxe branded macaroon packages labeled Party Edition. Lidl US has announced a voluntary recall of deluxe branded macaroons Party Edition due to undeclared allergens. So, if you bought any macaroons, you can call this number 1-844-747-5435 from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Monday through Saturday. And you can immediately return it to your nearest Lidl store for a full refund. I don't like cookies. Sorry, I'm not a cookie person. Let's see which states are in Tornado Alley. The National Weather Service is warning residents of several states, many of which fall within Tornado Alley, to take necessary precautions as the risk of major storm increases in the region. All of these warnings come as tornado season in the United States gets underway and is expected to last through the end of June.
Tornadoes can occur any month of the year in the United States, mainly in the entities located in the plains. NOAA counted up to 1,197 tornadoes, up from 1,143 recorded in 2022. Each year, the majority of tornadoes that occur in the United States are concentrated in Tornado Alley. Tornado Alley is traditionally refers to the corridor-shaped region in the Midwest United States where tornadoes typically occur. The term is also regularly used by media to describe the region, which includes parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Indiana, Missouri, Iowa, and Ohio. However, as more activity occurs in the belt between Louisiana and Illinois, it may grow to incorporate states. Interesting. The two states with the most tornado activity are Texas and Kansas, with an average of 155 and 96 tornadoes per year. Florida, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Colorado follow that. Those states usually have between 51 and 66 tornadoes a year. I would not want to live anywhere where there's tornadoes. Not at all. Cookies have biological protein, aka crickets and mealworms. No thanks, I give all food with that quick cookie. There has been a 1.9 earthquake. I'm looking on Google Earth. I'm looking on Earthquake 3D. That is probably, let's see where that 1.9 is. It's not there. It's down in New Zealand, right here. Right there. Oh, Joe, you've been through 6 tornadoes, huh? That has to be scary. I am sorry that happened to you. Um, I went through a tornado back in 2011, and it was very scary. Um, I had gone home, gotten my kids, and had gone back because I had to, at the time I had a store, and I had gone and gotten my kids and had taken them back to the store with me, and my youngest was across town, and she was hanging out with friends, and so her and actually it was her and my older daughter. They were hanging out with friends, and so I had gone and gotten my other son and my other daughter, and had taken them with me. And it's weird because they didn't even argue with me. They just ran out, got in the car, and we left. Well, we got back to my shop, and I had a shop at the flea market, which I had open Friday through Sunday. And no sooner had we gotten there, we heard alarms going off and fire trucks and all kinds of stuff. And I then got a phone call from my landlord at the time, and she told me, where are you and the kids? And I told her, I said, we're not home right now. And she goes, you're not going to be able to get home. Your home has been destroyed by a tornado. And of course, I, about an hour and a half later, managed to get to where the house was, and there were trees like all over the streets. There were trees sticking out of houses. Like if you imagine a cup holder and you put pencils in it, that's what the trees looked like when they are in the houses. They went through the roofs. It's a wonder that nobody died from this tornado. It was on the ground for 16 miles, destroyed 3 different neighborhoods and a school. It hit my son's high school. The house that I was living in, the trees knocked it through the roof, uh, knocked the house's roof off of the foundation. They had to redo the whole roof. Blew the back windows out, uh, busted a double glass door. I had like one of those canopy things that you put in the backyard that you put tables and stuff under. I had one of those in the backyard. It was brand new, and the wind picked it up, and I don't know where it went. My kids also had a trampoline, and we don't know where that went. Uh, everything that we had that was outside was gone. That included all the trees that were out front were destroyed. It's like it took and snapped every one of the pine trees from the middle down. There was no pine trees. The pine tree that we had in our front yard, it was ripped out of the ground and flung into the street. Like how you put it, all you saw was the stump from it. Um, it was scary. The one thing that people were worried about, and me included, was we were watching and waiting for another tornado. Um, that was the one thing that we were afraid of was more tornadoes happening. I'll show you a picture of what my area looked like after the tornado. That is a picture of the area. We lived back in this area here, and this is just the street, the main road here, and the houses here that were destroyed. There were cars that were piled up on top of each other here. And then as you go back through this way, I lived back in that area, and I'll show you a picture of my house then. Let me see if I can find it. This was from the back porch, the backyard of my house here. You can see the trees lying across the house, and you can see that the roof was destroyed. The front yard was worse, couldn't get to it. There were trees everywhere. I've got a picture of my son and his friends cutting through our front yard area. That's my son and his friends, and this is what our front area looked like. You could barely get down the street. It was horrible. So yeah, those are pictures of what my area looked like. Yeah, those pines, they do snap. They don't just snap at the roots, they'll snap from the top. They end up in the houses. Yeah, it did, huh? I'll tell you what. The worst part was is I drove my car through the neighborhood, right? To get there. Part of the neighborhood was clear, okay? But as I turned down our road, as I turned down our road, all you saw was trees. Uh, we had to get out and walk and climb over trees and try to get around things to get there. The nicest thing was is our neighborhood. Um, all the people from the back came together with what do you call it, chainsaws and whatnot, and started helping everybody to try to clear the roads so that we could get to the houses and be able to uh, have assistance and help that was needed. And I was very grateful because I didn't own a what do you call it? A chainsaw, but it took 2 weeks to get all the tree damage up, and then they were able to start working on the house, which took almost 5 months. Um, by the time we moved back in, we stayed in that house for another year and found out that the roof on the other end was leaking, so we ended up moving out. But during that time, we stayed at a hotel. Um, FEMA does help out when you're in a disaster. They don't help very much, but they do help out. And a lot of the help that we got was from our neighbors. I remember calling my boss up, and I was working for the sheriff's department at the time as a traffic officer for the schools, and telling him, "Hey, I have no uniforms." And he told me, "Well, as long as you can show up in jeans and a t-shirt, you're good to go." So did that, and they gave me a vest and stuff, and then eventually got to replace my uniforms. But now when there's like tornadoes and storms and stuff, yeah, I get nervous still. I don't ever want to go through that again. But I look at it this way. Before it happened, I was like, I had everything I needed. I was good. Like, how you put it? I was grateful afterwards for my life. Okay. I didn't look at it as a bad thing. I looked at it as a reason to be grateful and to celebrate life. FEMA paid for a generator you bought for the '84 hurricane. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, 2 weeks to get out of your neighborhood. You know what the worst part was? The police department closed off the streets at night, right? We were like where we were at. We were under curfew, so we couldn't come into or out of the neighborhood after 8 p.m. at night. And it was for protection because for the first few nights there were people that weren't from the area that were looting, and that was a scary thing. I stayed at a hotel that was actually right behind my house that luckily hadn't gotten hit, that belonged to the management for my house. So I stayed there and was able to go through a back gate to back to the house whenever I needed something. Um, However, everything in our house was destroyed, so I lost a lot. And the biggest thing that I lost was photos. So now I'm glad for computer age where you can save your photos to what do you call it? To cloud, and be able to save photos that you want to keep, because you never know when they're going to get destroyed. It's best to put them on like a thumb drive or something. But all the pictures that I had were from when I was little all the way up until that year. And I had been taking pictures forever, and now I lost all of them. So, yeah, I'm glad that I had some that I had backed up on my laptop. But at the time, we didn't have cloud, so there was no way to save a lot of the ones that meant the world to me. Those are just memories that you can't get back or replace. They came by giving us boxes of MREs. That was nice of them. Well, actually, what we had in our neighborhood, they had a food cart that came through, and they gave out meals every day, morning, noon, and night. They gave out, they gave us three hot meals, and there were people from churches that came and were giving people in the neighborhoods money cards with money on them to replace clothing. And then the one place I remember was they had everybody meet at the high school, and there were people that they had been the stories that I heard was like a guy that was standing in his house one minute, and The next minute, he was standing on the pad for his house and trying to figure out, like, he said it was to him, it was a miracle because he was still alive, but he was like awestruck by the fact that his whole house had been moved and damaged, and yet he was okay. There was a guy that had come home to visit his parents in a house that was catty corner to ours, and he had gone to go out to his car and was going to leave. And at the last minute, he got out of his car because he forgot something and went back inside. And that's when the tornado hit, and a tree fell on top of his car, and if he had been in the car, he would have died. So, when I look at the whole thing, there were so many different stories that people told about how they survived. There was nobody, as far as I have found, nobody died from these tornadoes, but it did affect three different neighborhoods. Yeah, okay. It did affect three different neighborhoods and thousands of people. So if you think about it, people are really lucky to have survived that tornado. Oh yeah, I heard about that. A baby in a bassinet that was sucked out of a house in a tornado and found later alive and fine in a tree a mile away. I heard about that. That's a miracle. Yeah. So anyway, I have decided something this year. I am going to be making like I started painting things for my daughter for her garden that she got me. But I have decided this year with my family, I'm going to make Christmas gifts instead of um, buy them. I think it's more personal to make things, and I think it's going to be fun to figure out what each one of my kids might like. Ha, Joe. I don't think he was either. Okay, my food is done. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. I didn't want y'all to hear me eating. I had fish planks and tartar sauce, and I like having them with zero net carb mission high fiber bread, which has zero sugars. It's actually really good. So I make like a sandwich that way. Still trying to do the zero carb diet, but I'm like having to check everything that I'm eating for carbs and stuff. And I'm doing horrible with it. 1 second. Hey, Chris. Here. Penny. Hi, good Penny. Yes, good girl. I don't have anything. I don't. You want water? Here you go, Baba. Here you go, Papa. Wee. There's your water. There's your water. Water, 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 water. What are you sneezing for? I'm sorry. I'm sorry your nose is bugging you. Okay, so anyway, I've been live 3 hours. I will be live until 3, and that I will be going off air. I am hoping to do this daily for you guys. This is to just keep an eye and track on earthquakes. There was a 3.5 offshore El Salvador. You can see where that's at here. And then there was a 2.4 Dodecanese Islands, Greece again. So that one has yet to show up. That will be, there it is right there. And this listed as a 2.5. So I don't know, that's EMSC. I had somebody ask me, do you have to pay for Earthquake 3D every month? And I'm like, no, thank God. You only pay for it one time. I wish there was another type of 3D that I could use, which would be for weather, which I think would be cool if I could find weather 3D. That's not good, Joe. Did you refresh? I'm not sure why it disappeared. Well, blame Penny. Maybe she did it. Let's see. NextRad is maybe the bestest radar. Uh, Let me see here. I want to see. I want to see if there actually is. There is a Weather 3D app, but there's a 7-day trial for it. But I don't like this one. I want one that's like a ball, like this one. Let me see here if I can pull this up for you guys. This is Weather 3D. Let's see here. This is air, wind, ocean. I don't like the fact that that's in the way though. But this one looks like this. And you can go here and you can see chemicals. So let's see what uh, SO2 SE. You can see the chemicals that are going on the west coast and the east coast. And this is SO2 SM. Usually that's volcanic, but it depends on the darkest areas. Like it's bad air quality, really bad air quality. I like looking at that once in a while, not all the time though. And that's nullschool.earth. Here, I'll give y'all a link for it. That's null school. That was kind of cool, but what I wish is they had like earthquake 3D, but weather model instead. I think that would be neat. But I don't know if my computer could actually run both apps at the same time. I think my computer would have an issue with it. My computer is a little bit, I mean, it's a new computer, but it's not been doing as great lately as it usually does. It's a gaming computer. But for some reason, when I redid my system, I ended up with it not doing as well now as it did before. And I'm not sure what setting I actually did wrong. So I'm still going through the computer itself and trying to make sure that I have it set correctly. But yeah, Joe, that would be neat. I would actually enjoy that. It would even be cool if they would add weather onto Earthquake 3D so you could actually see weather at the same time. But I'm thinking of an Earthquake 3D ball with clouds that actually go around it and show the areas that the storms are coming in. And you could also see the tornadoes, which I think would be cool, and hurricanes. You can see them on Google Earth, but um, not as good. Google Earth has it, and I'll show you. They have a means of showing clouds and stuff. Like here, they have weather, so you can put weather on there, and you can put clouds and information. But it's just not as good as I want it to be because it doesn't move. It just shows the clouds where they're at. So that's with clouds turned on Google Earth. But they don't move, so they just stay put. My new computer has 32 gigs RAM, terabytes of memory. It is an AM in i7 and pretty quick. Yeah, my computer's an i7 as well. Um, that was one of the things when I got the computer, I wanted to make sure that I had an i7. Hi, George. Nice to see you in chat. I wanted to make sure that I had an i7, and I also wanted to make sure that it could run the programs that I wanted it to run, along with making videos and doing the stuff that I wanted it to do. This computer itself cost me, I believe it was $994, and not cheap, and took forever to pay off. And yeah, it's got the lights and stuff that light up on it. Not like that needed them or anything, but it's nice at night because those lights actually stay on the computer even after you turn the computer off. But you can turn them off if you want to. I just leave them on. I forgot. I'll look and see who makes this computer that I have. The processor is an 11th gen Intel Core. Actually, it's got an x64 base processor. Windows 11 Home. It's a cyber power PC. Okay. I never shut down my computer. It keeps the humidity from Florida from corroding my chips. Wow. I never thought about that. I mean, in my house, I don't really have much humidity. In my house, I don't have that much of a problem with humidity, but outside we do. But we don't tend to open the windows in the house very often, um, because of the fact that I live in an apartment complex, and opening the windows here, they don't like spray the outside of the building. They don't spray the screens, so the screens actually need to be cleaned and stuff. Every once in a blue moon, they will show up and clean the building. So I'm hoping that soon they're going to come around and pressure wash. They need to. But next year, I plan on moving out of this house and to somewhere else. I am not doing the Windows 11 upgrade either. Um, they have it on there so you can do the Windows 11 upgrade each time they decide to do the upgrades. Well, what happened was when I had my old computer, it was Windows 10, and I was on that program where you get new updates all the time and new stuff and whatnot. And it came down to a point where my computer would no longer update or upgrade. So it wouldn't even upgrade to Windows 11, and then started giving me a what do you call it? Started giving me problems because I couldn't upgrade the computer. And I was getting upgrades that were for Windows 11, but not for my computer. So it ended up causing problems with my computer. So I ended up having to get a different computer. And the other issue I had with that computer was kind of a nightmare. It wouldn't shut down. It was stuck. So when I wanted to turn the computer off, I had to go to pretend like I was shutting down. And then I had to unplug the power cord. So it was a mess. You prefer XP as an operating system? You have to program more than 10, but it is invisible more or less to Google, etc. I like Google. I use Google for a lot of stuff.
So anyway, last week I asked y'all to pray for a friend of mine who's an admin who's in the hospital. As far as I can tell, right now she is doing okay. I'm going to check for an update for her for today and see if there has been any. Nope, the last update was on the 31st. She was moved from her room to another room. Hopefully she will be okay and be released from the hospital soon. We have many, many people praying for her. All right, you guys, I am going to do some stuff here and I'm going to let y'all just enjoy the chat room and the live stream. You know what? I've never used DuckDuckGo browser, so I don't know anything about it. I use Opera. I use Microsoft Edge, and I use Google. I am not. I don't like the Google Foxfire. Foxfire seemed to have had a lot of issues with it, so I don't use that. And I've been hearing a lot of people have been talking about other browsers, but I haven't used any of them. I like Opera because I can use VPN. So the last earthquake showing is a 2.6, 10 kilometers deep in Greece. Not seeing a new one yet, and that is showing from EMSC as well as on Earthquake 3D. Yeah, that's what I heard. And I've been hearing people saying that they're having problems with Foxfire as well. And I know I had some problems with Google Chrome when I reinstalled it, and then I deleted it. I uninstalled it and then reinstalled it after I reset my computer up and didn't have any problems with it then. You use Opera GX, George. Try Opera GX. Don't try Opera. Try Opera GX. And you download it. Go to whatever browser you have on your computer. Then you go to you put in Opera GX on your search bar, and you go to it and then download it that way. Biden. Yeah, not paying. I am not paying any attention to the election going on or what's going on with that right now. Um, I'm not sticking my foot in political waters right now. I think it's crazy that JFK Jr. is actually running for president as well. So we'll see what happens. I did not vote in the primary, and I probably will not vote this year. I just, I don't know. I don't feel like getting involved in politics this year. It's made me sick to my stomach, and I don't see any of them as somebody I want to vote for. Yeah, George, try that, and if it doesn't work, message me and let me know. It may be a settings issue on your computer. Yeah, it is going to be a weird election. I mean, too much weird stuff going on in the world right now anyway. It makes you wonder if we're actually going to get there to World War III first. Yeah, me too. It was too slow for you, Joe. Did you try Opera GX? Because they've upgraded Opera, so it's Opera GX now. If you downloaded Opera, Opera itself, I didn't like the regular Opera,
but I like Opera GX. Opera GX is also good for gaming, watching movies. It's good for doing videos and a lot more. Yeah. Look for who to avoid the election. I'm avoiding it. I don't even think I'm going to pay attention to it until at least October before the election. Then I'll look and see who's still running. Right now, my mind is this way. I remember the trials that Trump went through, okay? And I remember the lies that were told, all right, by some of the senators and the governors, okay? And I didn't forget that, all right? And then I'm looking at the fact that T Man is being gotten at every single way by the courts in the United States, all these charges and stuff, okay? And it makes me wonder about them. You know, when you're wanting to make somebody look bad, you do as much as you can to make them look bad, okay? And then you have Trump, who had documents at Mar-a-Lago, and then you have Biden, who had documents at other places as well, right? But our government seems to be unfair when it comes down to following the law or following what is the same. I think what should be good for the goose is good for the gander, okay? If you do something wrong, I think your punishment should be the same regardless. If you if you are Trump or whether you're Biden. If you both committed the same crime, the same offense should apply. You can't have it one way or the other, but yet for some reason here in this country, it seems like if you're a Republican, you're in more trouble, but if you're a Democrat, it's a smack on the hand. I'm sorry, that's the way I've been looking at it. Ha, Joe. No, I'm not joking. This country is, ugh, its government is going to hell in a handbasket. Like I'm saying, if you commit a crime, you should do the time. Yeah, there's two sides to the law. You're right. Biden got a smack on the hand, and Trump gets to be having charges filed against him. And it's, that's why I'm like, okay, I don't know who I would want to vote for. I want to know whether the person's still going to be there to vote for. But in the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why I'm not choosing whether I vote or not. Um, is why I'm not paying attention to politics right now, is because it just gives me a bad taste in my mouth. Yep, we are morally bankrupt. You're right. This country is this country has a lot of issues. When I was growing up, half of the stuff that you see now, you would never have seen. And you know what I mean, Joe. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the good Lord to come down and take over. That's who I'll vote for. Nixon did Watergate. But see, you got to look back. Before, when it was Democrats and Republicans, they would disagree on policies, right? But now they disagree on other things. And it's gotten more serious and more serious and more serious and more serious. So back when it used to be the disagreements, they both sides got along. They just would disagree on certain policies. But now it's like become political. It's become derangement. It's become totally insane. I heard that RFK Jr. is running for president and he has picked a running mate. Okay? He has threw his hat in. So he is running against Biden. Yeah, you're right. They no longer care about policies. They have their own agenda. You're right.
Anyway, don't let me get on the political roll because I've been like trying to stay away from it. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is running for president, just so you know. See, RFK Jr. has actually argued that RFK Jr. has actually argued that Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Trump, and that drew criticism. Um, Tulsi Gabbard said she rejected RFK Jr.'s VEP offer, so she's not running with Trump. And RFK Jr.'s sister Rory is concerned his presidential campaign could help Trump over Biden. And RFK Jr. has qualified for the ballot in North Carolina. So just so y'all know, he did get enough signatures for the North Carolina ballot. And he's running as an independent, just so you know. He's not running as a Democrat or Republican. He's running as a independent and not Democrat or Republican. Well, I think a lot of people would try to vote for JFK Jr. because of the name and maybe not because of the policies that he has or what he intends. That would be an issue if people are running for a name alone. If they want to vote for just the name alone, that is an issue because then that means that you're not looking at what's best for this country. That's just like, and I'm going to probably upset some people when I say it. When Obama ran as for president, I think a lot of people voted for him because he would be the first black African American to become president. I'm not so sure that the vote that was given to him to become president was based on his policies. I think what people need to do is they need to stop, take a look at who's running for president, and then decide from the morals that the person has, from the policies that the person has, whether they would be a right choice for this country. That's one of the things that I do when I go to vote for somebody is, and yes, I voted for Obama back then because I thought that the Obamacare plan would be good for this country. And it ended up being one of the worst things I think I voted for. JFK Jr. died in a plane crash. JFK Jr.'s John Kennedy's son died in a plane crash. But here you can see, if you need to see it, this is where he's running. John F. Kennedy Jr. is arguing Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Trump. JFK Jr. keeps insisting Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Trump. So JFK Jr. has not died in a plane crash. John F. Kennedy's son, Robert Kennedy, died in a plane crash. I remember that because he died with his wife in the plane crash off the east coast of the United States. I remember that it was all over the news. And I always thought that John Kennedy's son would actually run for president eventually. And I probably would have voted for him.
I don't know that that's true. Um, I know that his plane crashed, but I never heard that it was with a missile. They don't want you to think about the elections. I'm trying to stay away from it. I like I said, I will decide in October. I'm going to stay away from it because a lot could change by then. I mean, Biden is what, 79 years old? Then you got Trump who's 75 years old. Then you have John F. Kennedy who's running for president. That is not Bobby Kennedy who's running. I just showed it on the screen. They're calling him JFK. Oh, anywho, oh yeah, radar shows it, an eyewitness. Yeah, I didn't see it, so you know what? I don't know the exact happenings that happened as far as when the plane went down. What they stated was that he had sent out a mayday, and his plane crashed into the ocean. Yeah, age doesn't matter. It is the heart that matters. Okay, Joe, you got a point there. However, I think that mental capacity matters. And if your brain ain't working great, how are you going to lead a country? A lot of these, a lot of these elderly presidents, you have to wonder if they're going to fall over eventually. God forbid it happens while they're running in office. I was just thinking, Cowboy's not here. Jesse 81 says that my laughter is contagious in one of my last video. Thank you. I like to laugh a lot. I have this thing, never take life too seriously. When you start taking life too seriously, a lot of bad things happen. Like I was telling somebody earlier today, be positive and positive things happen. When you think negative, negative things happen and you draw negativity into your life. Okay, so you guys, I've got some good news for y'all. And I'm just going to say it. As y'all know, I was having an issue with my car, right? Well, ever since I've replaced the thermostat in my car has been doing well. The only thing I need to get done is getting the oil leak fixed. You want to hear something funny? Okay, when you want to talk about Biden, all right. When I see him talking, I have seen several different people that or they say are Joe Biden. However, sometimes I wonder about some of them whether they're actually Biden or not. There's a few times where I've seen him talk clearly and I've thought he doesn't look like him. And then there's times that he doesn't that I think it is him and he's acting like he can't even remember what happened yesterday. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. That I am happy about the fact that like I've been able to drive and not have it overheating within this month. Hopefully, let's cross our fingers. I won't need any more work done for a while other than that getting the oil issue fixed. That's going to cost me about 200.
But that's something that doesn't have to be done right now because the car isn't like leaking oil like crazy. It's just some oil. There are videos of him scratching his head and you can see his rubber mask move. I have not looked at those. I very, very rarely watch any videos of Biden. I didn't even watch his like I guess he gave a speech, um, State of the Union address. I didn't even watch that. I didn't feel like watching it. Like you know when Trump was did his speech a few years ago and Pelosi was sitting behind him and she was rude. Well, I've been told that the Speaker of the House at this time that was sitting behind Biden didn't act so polite either. So, it's you can tell that there's out and out war in Congress, the Senate, and with the president. So it's better to not stress myself over watching them. I'm going to tell you, okay, if we came up for an election today and it was Biden versus Trump, I'm voting Trump. Okay? I think Trump is younger minded. I think that when he was president, he steered this country in a better direction. That's my opinion. And I don't want 4 more years of whatever this is. We need to get things squared away for the American people. But here's the thing, I'm not even sure whether I'm going to vote. So I'm waiting until October to make my decision. I didn't, like I said, I didn't vote in the primaries. I wanted to see what was going to happen. And usually here in North Carolina, it doesn't have a really great turnout. So, yeah, Trump got North Carolina. I'm reading all the comments. I think Biden is a robot and a mask wearing twin. Might be. We're being raised as cattle for aliens. You know what I believe the aliens are? I believe they're fallen angels. They're the Nephilim. And you want to know the honest truth? I've never seen a UFO, so I can't say that there are any, but I will not tell somebody else that there isn't because I do know one person who swore up and down that they saw aliens. And I didn't laugh at them. I didn't make fun of them. I listened to their story. Everybody has their own opinion and their own facts. And you have to respect other people for the things that they go through. You did, but you didn't vote Biden. Yeah, see, you said you've had so many that you can't count. I've heard a lot of people in Florida say that they've seen UFOs. I've heard from people that lived in Nevada said they've seen them. I lived on a sailboat when I was younger for years and never saw one. Doesn't mean that they don't exist, just means that I didn't see them. And I cannot be person to say that they don't exist when so many people have so many stories that they do exist. I can tell you that sleep paralysis is real though. I've been through that. I haven't had a bout of sleep paralysis now in about a year and a half, but I can tell you it's the scariest thing that there is. And there's people out there that wouldn't know what it is because it's never happened to them. But what sleep paralysis is when you wake up at night and you can't move, you can't talk. The only thing you can do is look around with your eyes, and it is scary. And there's people that claim that they see things in the dark, like monsters and stuff in the dark. But other than that, I've never seen anything in the dark. I had what was called a hypnagogic experience, and
That was creepy. But like I tell people, they don't believe. I can't say I don't believe in aliens, so I won't even go there. Joe says, I was abducted in 73 and I even removed my implant, but it was stolen by the aliens in 2005. There were witnesses, 7 of them, that saw a saucer over my house that night, and they too took down, took back. Wow, that had to be scary. Have you ever done a video on it, Joe? Or ever really talked in depth about it? I don't think I would want to be abducted. I don't think an alien would like me. I'm one of those I can't be hypnotized. And, I trust me, I had a after I was found out that I had PTSD, they tried to hypnotize me. I'm not hypnotizable. Um I was like, what in the heck are you trying to do? Uh I'm not hypnotizable. 2.2, 101 kilometers deep. Where is that one at? That's deep. That's going to cause a 3.3. That is all the way up here. And this looks like Canada? No, that's Alaska. Joe. Hey, you're silly. You would abduct me if you were an alien and put an ankle monitor on me for laughs. You know what? You wouldn't get very far. George was abducted by illegal aliens. It states that in the Bible. I think it was Ezekiel. Hey, cowboy, how are you doing? We're talking about aliens. What do you think about aliens? Do you believe in aliens? Or do you believe that they are fallen angels and Nephilim? Ezekiel was a cool dude. Let's see what Ezekiel says. Ezekiel prophesied and delivered the Lord's work to the Jewish in exile in Babylon at about the same time that Jeremiah was prophesying in Judah and Daniel was prophesying in Babylonian court. He says our country is overloaded with them and they are all human. Now we're talking about the UFO do kind, okay? Oh. 1.3 California, 20 kilometers deep. Satan can mimic and copy anything created by Yahweh. Therefore, yes, the supposed extraterrestrials are a product of demons. That's what I believe. Same thing. Yep, I believe that. Not saying that they're not real, but I've never seen one. What happened to my chat? My chat all of a sudden dropped out. I had 6 people and now 2. Well, that's YouTube, right? I hope they aren't buffering people again. Yep, Watchers did that. You're right. Well, if you think about it, if you looked at the Bible back when, you would see in a lot of the pictures that they had, they showed spacecraft in the background. YouTube, quit messing with me. Stop taking people out of my live stream. So yeah, if you look at pictures of old history, you look at if you look at back in history, you'll see pictures where they show spacecrafts and like looks like alien UFOs. And even in the Bible, um, if you look at one of the books, I'm forgetting the name of him, but he's the one that what was his name? Oh boy. Let me see here if I can recall it. No, Enoch. Okay. If you look at the book of Enoch, you'll see that he actually dealt with the fallen angels, right? But there is a section in Enoch where he discusses kind of like a spacecraft. So it's fair to state that back in that day, that the vehicle that was being discussed was pretty much like a spaceship. Yep, Cowboy, you're right. The ancient technology and technology today was given by fallen angels, including AI. It is AI, fallen angel intelligence. Yep. And let me see. I'll look at Ezekiel. Ezekiel. I'll look at it. Hang on. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst, therefore, thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of fire. Also out of the midst came the likeness of 4 living creatures. That's King James Version. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. Cowboy Roger says there are 4 of us in chat, and at the top of my screen it shows 1 person in top chat. So one of you gets the big number 1. If you are in top chat, make sure that you click over to live chat. That way you don't miss any of the discussion that's going on in live chat. Um, a lot of people will be in top chat and not realize that they're not in live chat. And it also, talking in the chat room helps to grow my channel. It helps for people to have better algorithms. So as you like, you subscribe,
and you chat or you leave messages on videos, it helps me to grow my channel. And I appreciate it when you do. Um, I am running Earthquake 3D and doing news updates and chatting in chat, but I am doing the Earthquake 3D and stuff so that people can see earthquakes in real time. We do run 50 different groups on Facebook, and this is just a small part of providing a service to those people so that they can have somewhere to hang out, chat amongst themselves and each other, and also see earthquakes in real time. I did pay for this Earthquake 3D and am using it to share with other people who may not be able to get Earthquake 3D or be able to use it on their computer or their phone. Um, my streams are free. I do not monetize my live streams. If you would like to support my channel monetarily, I do have a PayPal be listed below the video. However, you do not, and I am not asking you to pay anything to be a member of my channel. I did have the option of making my channel for members, and I did not go with the member subscription thing because there is times when I'm not going to be able to be live. However, I am trying to run a live stream every day for everyone. It will be starting at about 11, and my stream will go until about 4 p.m. unless there's a big earthquake in the world, and then we will stay on longer and go over news and updates and stuff so that people will know exactly what is going on. I would like to think of my channel as a means for people to be able to get updates. So anyway, what I was going to state is this. In the Bible, it does state that in the end times there will be earthquakes in diverse places. So therefore, in my channel, you are welcome to talk about religion. I am not going to keep you from talking about it. If it makes you feel more comfortable to talk religion about earthquakes, that is fine with me. Um, that is one thing that I believe it is in the Bible. So therefore, if you would like to speak about it, you have every right to speak about it. As far as other topics in this channel, I allow people to talk about almost anything they want to as it is a moral topic and not anything that is immoral. Also, this chat room is for you guys to be able to talk and discuss things and make friendships and whatever. Okay. End of my speech, my public announcement. Oh, Joe. Well, I hope you get better, and I hope that things get better for you. Cowboy Rogers says, just like the Vatican and the Smithsonian have hidden the giant skeletons found through archaeology. I heard about that. That was something I had been looking into was the giants, the findings of the giants and stuff, and I've watched a lot of videos on that, YouTube videos. Cowboy on the Leak Project at 2:15 Central. Rex Bear will be interviewing someone about the solar eclipse. I sent out 2 good videos about that, but not through Facebook because I'm locked out. What? How'd you get locked out of Facebook again? Ugh. Facebook is face crook. They do not want people to be able to talk freely. My Bible doesn't have Enoch either. I went and looked up all the books before that were taken out of the Bible, and I've been able to find quite a few of them. You can find them online, but King James Version doesn't have Enoch in it. But Enoch was one of the books of the Bible before it was removed. And why do I think that they removed those books? Because they didn't want mankind to know the whole story and the whole truth. It would have been too much, I think. And there's some people that compare Enoch to a fable, but it's funny because in the Bible there is a point in the book in the Bible where it states, and this was written into the book. And you will sit there and you will see that part of the part that is written into the Bible, and you think about what book is it. From that, you think about what book is it, and you realize that there are books that are missing. Yeah, they are hiding the good stuff. See, the books of the Apocrypha, First Ezra, Second Ezra, Judith, additions to Esther, Wisdom of Solomon, the books of Pseudepigrapha, Apostle of Barnabas, 3 Maccabees, 4 Maccabees, Assumption of Moses, and the book of Enoch were all removed from the Bible. The other ones are the First Ezra, Second Ezra, the Book of Tobit, the Book of Susanna, additions to Esther, the Book of Judith, Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, Baruch, the Epistle of Jeremiah, the Prayer of Azariah, Bel and the Dragon, Prayers of Manasseh, First Maccabees, Second Maccabees, Book of Enoch, Book of Jubilee, and the Gospel of Mary. Those are the removed books. And it's weird because these books have been being found with the Dead Sea Scrolls. So therefore, they've been able to put some of these online for people to be able to read. I want to watch the movie about Enoch. I haven't seen it yet. Thank you guys for subscribing to my channel. I appreciate it. Also, make sure you hit the bell icon. That way you get notified when I go live. Um, I do know that a lot of people are not getting notified of when I've gone live. And it's my hope that they will get notified. I do go and post a live stream onto Facebook and on Twitter, X. The movie Knowing with Nick Cage about Ezekiel. I don't think I've seen that one yet either. Do you know if the movie about Enoch is on YouTube? Because I just watched the full story of Moses on Netflix. That was very interesting. It was well put together. Um, I enjoyed that. You never get notified, not once, Joe? Yes, I notify you. I put it in science chat. You can search for it? Awesome. I'd like to see it. But yeah, if you get a chance to go on to Netflix and watch it, watch the Book of Moses, the Life of Moses. That just came on Netflix this last month, and it's worth watching. Wow, they're saying there's potential brain cell damage from common sanitizers and disinfectants. Wow. Facebook expects me to provide my phone number, or I have to set up through a verification app, which expects me to use my fingerprints or my facial biometrics. This is part of their Facebook Protect. You know what? I had an issue with Messenger. They wanted me to do a PIN number, and that's a mess. Don't do it. Um, as far as the phone number thing, I set up with a phone number, and the nice part about that is when I had to reset my computer back up, all I had to do was have it send me a code to my phone, and I was able to get back in on my computer without having to put in my password again. So actually, that was a good thing. Awesome, Cowboy. Thank you for telling me that. I enjoyed reading the Book of Enoch, though. That was very, very interesting. Okay, you guys, jasmine rice has been recalled because of glass in the bags. So if you have any jasmine rice, it's been recalled. Joanne Fabrics and Crafts has filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy after 81 years. And they want us to believe that the economy is doing great. When these big companies are starting to have problems, then you know there's issues. Because I've heard that Joanne Fabrics is going to be closing several of their stores. Okay, so you guys, if you live in the southern plains, total solar eclipse forecast shows cloud cover likely for southern plains. I-95 North in Philadelphia closed about 58 minutes ago after a truck hit an overhead railroad bridge. So that's I-95 North in Philadelphia. A portion of Interstate 95 in Philadelphia will be closed for several days this week after an oversized vehicle struck a rail bridge that crosses over a busy highway. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation said the incident involving a Conrail bridge temporarily brought I-95 north down to one lane in the area Monday as the rail company's engineers established an emergency repair plan. Wow. And here's the story on that. If you want to read it, I'm going to stick it in chat. Ah, whoops. Where are you going? Sorry, you guys. Did y'all get dizzy for a minute? I sent y'all spinning. I-95 is going to remain closed for several days approaching the Betsy Ross Bridge, Aramingo Avenue interchange while Conrail's contractors perform the bridge repairs. Motorists are advised to avoid the closure areas because of significant backups and delays will occur on I-95. The alternate routes and surface streets in the vicinity of the work area. Philadelphia, the truck was carrying a burner from a water reclamation system that was on its way to be scrapped when it clipped the bridge.
electronic messaging boards on I-76, I-276, and I-476 and other regional transportation arteries in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey are being used to alert motorists about the closure and provide information about alternate routes. Ha! You're always dizzy. Well, I've got Earthquake 3D going backwards now, so let's go back the other way. Okay, whoop. We're not going fast here. Let's just go fast enough. Uh, okay, there. Tubby. I've heard of Tubby before, but I haven't used it. The Book of Eli? I haven't seen that one yet either. There's a lot of movies out there that I want to watch or want to see. And I think that for each person, their own studies into faith has to be on their own. Everybody that wants to do research, they research on their own to learn things. Okay, you guys, it is after 3. I said that I was going to be shutting down at 3. Um, give me a 1 in chat if you would like me to leave this up a little bit longer, and give me a 0 if you would like me to end now. I am going to be back on tomorrow at 11, so I will be here from 11 to 3 tomorrow. And as always, if something big does come up, I will go live and let y'all know. Joe, you've sent me many good movies in the past. So if you've got any good ones to send me, send them. The movie, okay. Well, it's on YouTube. Okay, so I will look for the Book of Eli. It's nap time for me, so you choose your choice. Yep, I think I am going to shut down now. I've got a few things that I need to get done here at home, and I will be back on at 11 tomorrow. I hope that you, each one of you, will have a good evening. Please remember to have a bug out bag and a plan. That way, you will be able to take care of you and yours should something happen. As far as the 8th coming up, listen to your own gut intuition. Um, I am not so worried about the eclipse. Um, the last eclipse was in 2017. Nothing happened then. So I don't think that we should be stressing out and freaking out and panicking about the eclipse that's going to happen this time. Just my opinion. But for each of you, make sure that you do have a bug out bag and a plan in place in case people decide to do something immoral. The only thing that I could see happening is if people did something, not if not the eclipse doing something. Whoa! Awesome. I will check on your channel, Roy. Okay, you guys, I am off. I love you guys. I hope y'all have a great day. Please check back in tomorrow at 11 o'clock when I go live. I will be off early. Well, let me see.
I have an appointment tomorrow at 2:30. So my channel may run until about 5, but I probably will not be here. So just to let you know, I have an appointment at 2:30 tomorrow. So, trying to think. I'll probably leave it on longer. Where's that 4 at? Ooh, where's the 4? 4.4 Montenegro. Okay, so that's going to be over near South America. No, not South America, Africa. So wait for it to come around. Montenegro is in Africa over here. Whoops. Ah, it's like 3D. Okay, there you go. There's the 4.4. That's Montenegro. This is Africa here, so that's Montenegro here, and then you have Italy here. Interesting how infrastructure is being destroyed all across the country at the same time. Yep, you're right. It is. Um, there was a ship that hit the bridge. There was a barge that hit a bridge. There was another ship in another country that almost got stuck, and it hit the quay that it was in, and several people were injured. Then you have this truck that I just talked about hit a train bridge. So yeah. Oh, okay. Joe, log out and log back in. Maybe that'll fix it. Is it based on real facts though? The Book of Eli? What's funny is I was just looking at my analytics to see how many people have actually watched this live stream today. And YouTube is only showing me half of the people that have watched today. That's nuts because the analytics shows double. Parts of it is awesome. Well, I will be looking it up as something to watch this evening. Um, I've got to get off now and go take care of. First, I got to give Penny a bath and take her out for her walk. Awesome. I am glad that it worked. I'm glad I was able to help. Give me a second. Y'all think this is funny. I went to move something and I lost the chat room, and now I've got a black box and no chat room. Ah, this is normal though. It'll come back. All right, you guys, please remember to like, subscribe, share, hit the bell icon so you get notified when I go live. I will be back on tomorrow at 11. I do have an appointment at 2:30 tomorrow, so I will probably leave the live stream up until I get back tomorrow. That way y'all can have the chat room and the live stream, and I will monitor from my phone. Anyways, you guys, Joe, thank you. I will check the link out that you sent. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that what I told you to do worked. Anyways, you guys, much love. God bless. Please enjoy your evening. Please be safe, and I will see you all tomorrow.